父上、生きて。
はか、お前、それ、わし、竜医
ですが。
わかった、第一、今よ。
巫女さん。
そう、死の。
でき
で、
参る。
久方ぶりよな。おい！待ってくれ！苦しいぞ、狼よ。よくぞ育った。
狼では
お
きくちここすくんで
何人さ
え
確か
おぬ
はいなさしではいこ
たけるさ
はいりゅ
こみ
はい
お新たいこれ
これを
どうすん
箱のか
こつ
よ
ま
かくる
かそ
みこはつ
よく
お伝えしはでは
あやつはあやつは強いな。私も。
不思議りならば
あみこ
はいでは
おか
は
おついつま
はお
狼どう
は
これを
あと、ナス。
なすみこおす
そう
ど
たける
あ
お竜このはい節です苦労
竜その
なら苦労それ
み
あり
手が
はいそうし
あ
それ
み
はい狼しそ
み
はいでは狼と苦労これはい竜そ以前とこですとこ桜とこ桜
キートーズ
はいですそれ
とこ父
くです
ど
とこすどおふた
な
とこすな
心。
おい、
いらいは思い出せず、あれぶこれ
何
リしはしリスお
いずれお
ともりはいわすど
何お
これ
これを
どでは
ほう、話が違う。お主、何故生きている。まあいい。始末すれば辻褄も合うというものよ。
Digga, muss den Peach überhaupt bekämpfen? diese scheiß Ninja, Digga. Viele von denen. Junge, bist du blöd, Alter? Junge, deine Mutter, du Hurensohn, du fettes Stück Scheiße, Alter. Digga, ihr Hurensohn, ihr Hurensohn.
の日いくつよもちまった。 いに心地よいものだ。
total richtig, um dahin zurückzufinden, was Mario erfolgreich gemacht hat, was sich total im Design des Spiels zeigt. Unter anderem ist Marios Steuerung hier todessimpel. Komplexere Eingaben wie Dreisprünge, Drehattacken aus alten 3D-Titeln fallen weg. So kann man nun weniger eigene kreative Lösungen finden, wie man ans Ziel plattformt. Auf der anderen Seite merkt man schon, wie die Level und Abstände zwischen Plattformen noch perfekter auf Mario abgestimmt sind, da die Entwickler durch Marios versimpelte Steuerung hier noch genauer einschätzen konnten, wie der Spieler mit dem Level interagiert. Abseits davon steuert sich Mario aber auch ein gutes Stück dynamischer und nicht so träge wie in anderen linearen 3D-Spielen wie den Galaxy-Teilen. Dazu kommt noch, dass man seine Sprünge in der Luft fantastisch nachkorrigieren kann. Alles top umgesetzt, aber klar, wirklich sehr back to basics. Theoretisch braucht man nur den einen Springknopf, um das Spiel durchzuspielen, wie in Mario 1, und Dinge wie Ducken, Weitsprung und Rollen kommen nur für in den Leveln versteckten Sammelobjekten zum Einsatz. In allen Leveln gibt es 3 Sternmünzen und das bleibt ein gutes System, um das genauere Erkunden zu belohnen. Extrem viel Erkunden gibt es aber nicht, denn die Level wirken wie eine direkte Weiterentwicklung vom Vorgänger Galaxy 2, wo alles bereits ziemlich geradlinig gestaltet wurde. Grundsätzlich kann man sagen, das Leveldesign ist sehr professionell erstellt. Marios Steuerung harmoniert perfekt mit allen Höhen, Tiefen und Weiten der Plattformen, sodass sich die Sprünge knapp, aber nie nervig pixelgenau anfühlen. Sowas wurde zum Beispiel im Remake der alten Crash Bandicoot-Teile verkackt. Hier wurde das Leveldesign nicht auf die veränderte Steuerung von Crash angepasst, wodurch manche Sprünge etwas unfairer wurden. Sprünge, die im Original noch leichter waren, sind jetzt einfach Abfuck geworden. Hier zeigen die Mario-Entwickler mal wieder, wie sie der Konkurrenz voraus sind. Klar, hier und da fühlt sich das kompetente Leveldesign ehrlicherweise schon zu konservativ an und könnte durchaus mehr Wagnisse eingehen, aber gerade für die kürzeren Spielpartien auf einem Handheld macht das Nutzen von vertrauten Elementen Sinn, damit der Spieler schnell wieder reinkommt. In diesem Aspekt kommt dem Spiel ebenfalls zugute, dass Mario hier nur sehr wenige Aktionen ausführen kann, und aus Konsequenz des Ganzen macht die Geradlinigkeit der Level ebenfalls Sinn. Es ist einfach ein durchdachtes Jump'n'Run. Der Schwierigkeitsgrad steigert sich schön hoch, voller Fokus auf Plattforming, fair platzierte Gegner und genug Items, die es erleichtern. Die Verwandlung will ich in dem Spiel loben, denn sie fühlen sich total an wie in den 2D-Titeln. Da konnte man ja frei, wann und wo man war, seine Power-Ups ohne Zeitlimit in allen Levels mitnehmen, und in den 3D-Spielen dienten sie oft nur als kleine Abwechslung mit dafür spezifisch angelegten Pfaden. Die 3D-Marios waren in einigen Bereichen freier gestaltet, aber der eingeschränkte Umgang mit Power-Ups war immer auffällig. In 3D-Land ist es nun wieder so wie in den Klassikern. Feuerblume, Pilz und Stern sind nützlich wie immer, neu mit dabei ist die Boomerang-Blume. Wie bei der Feuerblume kann man aus der Distanz Gegner eliminieren, und auch wenn man mal nicht getroffen hat, ist die Wahrscheinlichkeit hoch, dass der Boomerang dann beim Zurückfliegen doch noch Gegner trifft. Ganz witzig. Das prominenteste Power-Up war aber die Rückkehr vom Waschbär Mario. Es ist das Hauptsymbol des Spiels an jeder Stelle. Überall wurde damit geworben. Nintendo hat eine üble Psychose mit dem Teil bekommen und alles war eine Zeit voll mit Waschbär. Was dachte Nintendo, wie die Kunden darauf reagieren?
Hier ist ein neues 3D-Mario. Mit Waschbär.
Nimm schnell diese Währung an dich. Waschbär, Dicker. Der war ja auch geil in Mario.
Alright, how's it going everybody? Welcome to yet another Need for Speed Most Wanted video, and today I'll be seeing if it's possible to beat the entirety of the game using only a stock ISP. Spoiler alert, it's not, but stick around and I'll tell you why. The rules for this playthrough are as follows. Obviously I can only use the Lexus IS300, which means no buying new cars and no using blacklist stores. I'm not allowed to use any upgrades, and also I'm not allowed to equip the bike. Spoiler, as these increase the car's aerodynamics, therefore improving handling and potentially providing a slight advantage, and I want to keep this challenge as difficult as I can. Friends, hoods, scoops, paint, finals, and other visuals are okay, as these do absolutely nothing to the car you want. I am going to allow myself to use a faster car during the late photo tickets, as these can require you to reach speeds of over 180 miles an hour or 300 kilometers an hour, which obviously is going to be impossible in a stock IS300, so for the sake of keeping this challenge as doable as possible, I will only be counting the pauses, pre-required races, and pursuit milestones. Now without further ado, let's get into the video. As I'm sure most of you probably expected, the first 5 bosses and their prerequisites are pretty easy, just time consuming, so we'll skip them as there's really nothing to talk about here. When you get to Barrett, however, the requirements needed to race him are all fairly manageable, and so is his first race, but it's only when you get to the second race that things start to get a little difficult. This this race is absolutely impossible to demonstrate. I even tried racing there for 5 minutes in hopes that I'd hit some dumb bug and he'd crash, and he did, but by some miracle he didn't even total his car. So we're gonna have to get a little creative here. I'm gonna try and employ a strategy that UHS used on his stock car does lock on, and fourth bearing to be stuck on a wall. This took me about 5 minutes, but eventually it worked and I won the race. It's a cheesy way to win, but as a wise man once said, and just like that, Baron is done. Honestly, not as bad as I thought it would. Maybe the next boss won't be so bad either. Wait, who's next again? The name's Crowright, but I hate half-suits, so I'll deal with you all at once. Again, guess I gotta knock her down a peg. It'd still be a pleasant nightmare.
Show!
For those of you who don't know, Earl is considered by many to be not only one of, if not the hardest boss in Need for Speed Most Wanted, but also one of the hardest bosses in Need for Speed history due to his insane amounts of rubber band. In fact, if you look up Earl Need for Speed Most Wanted, you'll find Reddit threads, YouTube videos, etc. addressing just how hard this guy is to beat. Even on a normal playthrough, I'll struggle to win and usually have to resort to playing dirty. Now I'm trying to take him on in the stock IS-300. Will I hold up? Let's find out. First, as always, I'll need to beat the prerequisite races and complete pursuit milestones. Thankfully, most of these races were either circuit races or toll booth races, so I didn't have any real trouble here. Again, just time consuming. And as for the pursuits, I actually managed to get 3 out of the 4 required milestones in under 3 minutes on my very first pursuit of the chapter. Except now, doing a photo ticket is pretty much unavoidable because there is absolutely no chance I'm going to start another pursuit and dodge these roadblocks. Come on, man, I'm lazy. However, all these photo tickets actually require you to be pretty fast, and unfortunately, no matter how I approach the speed traps, no matter how far I would back away to pick up speed, the stock IS-300 is just too slow to complete. So for the first, but most likely not the last time in the run, I decided it's time to switch cars and, in an attempt to stay somewhat true to the original challenge, used Kaz's IS-300 with no further upgrades, and managed to get a photo ticket done on my first go. And yes, I'm well aware that I switched cars, but like I said at the beginning, I'm not going to count it because it's inevitable. I'm going to have to do photo tickets in order to progress throughout the game, and the IS-300 is just going to be too slow. But anyways, now it's time for the main event, and time to switch back to my stock IS-300 to see if it's even possible to beat them. First race, I was actually able to overtake him pretty early on thanks to help from an oncoming traffic. However, in the end, it just wasn't enough as he was still too fast for me. But, after only 1 restart, I was able to beat him again, mostly thanks to oncoming traffic. The quad armor was pretty strong. But now, it was time for the more infamous second race where his rubber band really started to show. And unlike last race, I'm not going to have any help with traffic on this one, so if I'm going to win, it's going to take a lot of skill.
Strict terror.
Speed breaker. Oh, and of course I'm going to play dirty and try to block him if I can manage to get ahead. Just like on a normal playthrough, I was able to lead with no problems until about halfway through the race when he started to activate the rubber band. So at this point, if I get passed, it's pretty much time to restart. So for the rest of the race, the main objective is going to be to prevent winning by any means necessary. And to my surprise, this works until the very end of the race and my anxiety was peaking. And the excitement of essentially being able to beat the hardest race in the game on the first try got to my head and I lost that race. So with that being said, it was time to restart. And this time, I actually didn't have to block him as much towards the end of the race, as he managed to crash in this corner, and I can get to the finish line anxiety-free. So, to answer the question, is it possible to beat Earl in a stock IS-300? Yes. You may have to face like an absolute scumbag, but regardless, it's doable. And that was it. The hardest part of the game was over. Or was it? See, most people, including myself, consider Earl the gatekeeper of the life. Once you beat him, the rest of the game is pretty much no problem. But, in my opinion, this only applies to normal playthroughs where you are switching out and upgrading your cars constantly. And in case I reiterate, I'm using a stock IS-300. But still, I'm not really worried about the races. I'm more so worried about the pursuits now, as this is where you get more consistent play, which introduces spike strips, heavy UAVs, and a helicopter, all of which add more elements of nature that you the pursuits that much harder than nerve-wracking. Still, not even as close to scary as 5, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. In the meantime, though, it's time to take down Jules, and as always, we gotta hit the requirements necessary to race it. The races were smooth sailing for the most part, so again, nothing really to discuss. But when I was doing the milestones, I ran into a weird glitch where my car and the cars around me would disappear and reappear as a couple of rhinos were heading for me, causing me to get busted as I couldn't see where they were going, so I couldn't dodge. Serious questions. Anybody know what caused this glitch? It's freaking busted. But after the get out of jail free marker, I was ready to try again, and roughly 8 or so minutes later, I got them all done. All 4 milestones, not a photo ticket required, so I don't even have to worry about switching cars. I even managed to get a pretty decent chunk of bounty in the process. Now we're ready to break the rules, and this is one person. Just like the case of Baron, no complaints, but I just couldn't win the second race no matter what I tried. I'd nail my shifts, get a perfect launch every time. But alas, my car was just way too slow, and she drove flawlessly every time. And unlike with Baron, there was no cheap way to win. So after around a half hour of trying, I was ready to accept defeat and say that this was the first impossible.
3, 5, 8, 21, minus 4, also 26. Ich warte, bis ich mir das für 9 holen kann, damit ich mal das 30 Successful. Echt? Ja, kann ich nicht einfach hier langlaufen? Lol, dann skippt man ja die ganzen Lektionen nicht. Hier wahrscheinlich auch nicht. Ich bin ja direkt hier, lol. Ich weiß auch doch. versuche einfach nur das Level zu folgen. Ich dachte, der macht Blitz. Ja, der Blitz ist doch auch gut. Was denn? Ich hab 400 Spirit Emblems, den Jux. Jedes Gold, was ich kriege, man kriegt ziemlich viele, keine Spoilerwarnung, stecke ich in Dings. Ja. So, da kommen die beiden. Ja. Hast du genug? 33, ja, wie kann. Sag ihn einfach mit. Ja, ja. Da wird Hardcore gesagt. Deswegen sagt er echt, das Blaue ist mies underrated. Du hast es viel zu sehr gehatet. Und nicht heißt, das Blaue ist mies zu nützlich. Das hat mir gegen Yuzo, oder? Gegen Yuzo? Gegen irgendeinen Boss hat es mir auf jeden Fall den Arsch gerettet. Nein, das blaue Dings. Nein, das blaue Ding. Doch, ist schon krass nützlich. Ist immer geil. Stimmt, ich muss ja jetzt gleich noch ein paar Carpador sammeln. Wie viele Carpador habe ich? 3. Ja, hier unten kriegt man noch 3. 5 kriegt man hier. Das ist Feldbuch. Was? Mit voll. Carpador? Nein. Ich muss noch 2 holen, 2 kaufen. Dann habe ich alles. Ich habe 8 geholt. Nein, ich hatte nicht noch eins übrig. Das war alles, was ich hatte. Ja. Ah nein, ich habe die Quest von Potnovel gar nicht gemacht. Ich habe nur bei Potnovel eingekauft. Egal. Das war ein bisschen zu viel. Rata ist tot. Ja. Diese 6 Carpador, die sind jetzt nicht gewaltig. Nein, noch 9. Ja. Welchen Typ? Den hier. Ach so. Warte, was wolltest du essen? Ich zeig dir jetzt gleich mal etwas, was der Kopf komplett. Fuck weg da. Man kann das halt nicht blocken. Ja. Hä? Ich hab doch genommen. Autsch, du Hundesohn! Oh, dafür machst du ihn jetzt platt, ey. Kleiner Pico da oben. Was denkst du, wer du bist? Alter, One-Hit-Gegner. Hab ich schon mal festgefallen? Kein Divine Conflict. Man kann das auch perfekt parieren scheinbar. Ich hab keinen Dings mehr. Eines dann nicht. Moment. Ich muss nicht mal fischen. Das liegt ja dort. Was macht eigentlich lieber? Ah, dass ich kein Elektro mehr krieg. Oder? Ja. wahrscheinlich, du kriegst einen Elektrostoß ab und dann bist du nicht gestunt, nicht geschockt. Geht so. Ich würde sagen, lass das mal ausprobieren, aber mir fällt kein Gegner ein. Wo die Chance so hoch ist, dass ich dort einen abpasse. Scheiß drauf. Das stimmt, ich muss ja eh hier lang. Ja, aber bei ich gedacht, ich kann Elektroschutz ab, ey, ich bitte nicht. Ja, wer bei ich einen Elektrostoß abkriegt, ey, wirklich, der pennt einfach im Zocken. Hier, 5, 6. So. Okay, beim nächsten Safe. So rechts? Was ist denn da? Ja. Ah, ich wollte mich direkt zu den Typen teleportieren. Aber dann kann ich mich nicht mehr direkt zu dem teleportieren. Nein, weil mein Savepoint ja dort ist. Oh, scheiße.
Kann ich auch vom Savepoint aus noch nicht finden.
Aber wo war das nochmal? Ich brauche nur 2 Lapis. Ja.
の ま
Ja. Ist doch klar. Aber ich will das jetzt gleich mal ausprobieren.
お前そうそういいわ
Ich habe nicht mal genug Geld. Wie
お
viel brauche
前
ich?
それ
6000?
お前どし物質いいこれ
Ah, ja, er sagt hier, dass er zum Demon auf Hate wird.
ああそいつ
Was glaubst du, wie viel Spirit Emblems krieg ich dafür? Ich glaube, jetzt bin ich gut gegen Nischen bewaffnet. Ich glaube auch. Vielleicht ist es auch ein bisschen zu wenig.
Zu wenig, oder?
Habe ich nicht gesagt, ich habe nur gesagt, dass ich ihn beim 4. Versuch gekillt habe. Echt? Ich habe gesagt, dass er einfach ist? Ja, wenn man sich konzentriert und den schon ein paar Mal gemacht hat, schon. Ja. Nee, das ist etwas, was ich glaube, was nur bei Sekiro zutrifft. Ich wirklich vor den anderen Soulsborne. Ja, aber nicht so gut wie Dings. So gut wie, was ist das? rein. Ja, gut. Beide mich schneller, aber ich wüsste, als dass du das irgendwo dran haben kann. Weißt du, wie sich das hier gerade ein bisschen anfühlt? Kennst du diese Szene von Sword Art Online? Dort wo Dings die ersten dort wo diese NPCs Kirito angreifen wollen. Das was? Er heilt sich schneller als wir ihm Damage machen. Dass ich das wieder mache. Wusstest du, man kann den Shit auch parieren? Shit. Jetzt. Ja, ich hab's anders in Erinnerung. Logisch, gerne erzählen, Divine Dragon ist hier hingeflohen, weil dort, dort wo Dark Souls ist, im Westen, werden die immer gekillt. Ist das so? Ja, ich dachte, weil das sah ein bisschen so aus wie Witz, ich dachte, wie ich sagen. Okay, Deutschland, nein, ich will das doch nicht. Das ist die gleiche Attacke, die ich schon auch mache. Autsch. Jo, ich kann doch jetzt nicht sterben. Nicht an Divine Dragon. Ah! Ja, auf jeden Fall erst nach Aschna gekommen. Im Westen werden die Divine Dragons alle gehuntet und gejagt. Da machen wir gute Arbeit. Wir killen dort alle Drachen. Ich meine, ich will dich ja nicht daran erinnern, aber während Elden Ring hatte ich ja auch den Spitznamen Dragon Slayer Django. Deswegen ist er abgehauen.
なこれ
この
は作るいいよ
Muss ich noch irgendwas machen? Außer die Level farmen? Nee, ne? Ja, davor kann ich eigentlich hinkommen. Boah, ich verlaufe nicht mehr. Du kannst ja nicht wirklich aufmachen. Ah, ich weiß was. Das ist Geld, glaube ich. Oh, was soll denn das, ey? Lass es mal rauswünschen. Du sagst, die XP-Farm ist es einfach, die hier zu killen. Was ist denn dann? Soll ich doch rechts lassen. Ah ja, jetzt weißt du. Nein! Nein! Nein, das, ich dort runtergesprungen bin, noch gar nicht. Was ist denn das? Ja. Es ist nicht so deep, Errol. So deep ist diese ganze Sache jetzt auch nicht. Erstmal hier schön. Wobei, ich versuch's einmal in Liegen. Der ist ein Boss im Spiel. Ah, hey, Genichiro hat mein Leben. Krass, oder? Junge, warum ist meine Kamera die ganze Zeit unten bei einer Katze? Fast gestorben. So, erste Phase durch. Ey, Junge, er hat die Chance gekillt. Ja, die zweite Phase ist die schwerste Phase. Geht ernst. Boah. Voll. Seine zweite Phase ist schwer. Behindert schwer. Ich hab voll vergessen, dass es nicht wiederkommt. scheinbar auch noch. Ja, ich war mich am Buffen. Digga! Der wechselt die ganze Zeit diese scheiß Attacken. Ja, wenn ich jetzt nicht sterbe. Ja, er lebt. Ein bisschen knapper als Feedback.
Sekiro. さらば。
Ein Level. Böchen. Ja, kann ich ja danach immer noch. Doch.
おそばにおります。竜の涙を。
Habe ich das falsch gemacht?
「最後の節を成敗いたす」。人として生きてくだされ。
Ich kann noch die Level fahren, oder?
行かれるのですね。
はい。私も人として懸命に生き、そして死のうと思います。我が忍びがそうしてくれたように。エマ殿にもお世話になりました。
Jetzt auf die Level kommen. Was? Mensch, wie kannst du dann befehligen, dass die Credits geskippt werden, ey? Na, Sekiro ist ziemlich einfach. Bis auf. Okay, wie komme ich denn jetzt dorthin? Hier für Mission und let's go then. So, kurz. Zum alten Grab. das Monster. Gleich. Immer diese Dreiecks. Ich sag dir ehrlich, nach alledem Plattform besser als Sekiro. Ich glaube, du hast da so eine rot-rose Brille. So. Du glaubst doch selber nicht das, was du da gerade sagst. Bloodborne ist ein Meisterwerk. Sekiro hat die besseren Bosse, aber bis auf Concept Palace Bloodborne besser im Ort Forbidden Woods. Wir zwei Gespräche. Ja. Nein, ich hab den viel nicht. Nee, ich hab auch pariert. Siehst du es nicht? Jetzt hier. Viel Gelbes bei mir drin. Auch wegen mir selbst. hat 2500 XP gedroppt. Ja, geht es. Reifen. Also 3, 6, 10, 16, 25. So, setz uns mal schnell vor. Ja, ich mach das hier noch mal Fernsehen und versuche ich den noch Geld zu ich verdiene noch Geld. Und hier ist das schon. So, wie ging der Cheese nochmal? Jetzt, was soll ich machen? Ah, ich muss in die Straße weg. Der wird heute. Also dann 37.000. Ist über die Zutz, schön. Welchen nicht? Ja, wir führen es einfach aus. Ja, ist es schon mal nicht. Oder guck einfach direkt auf Google, welcher es ist. Kauf einfach 20 Millionen ab. Ja, okay, dorthin zu laufen ist schneller als das hier. Ja, das. Der Demon of Fate schießt jetzt nicht so schwer. Stell dir mal vor, so, keine Ahnung, du spielst zum ersten Mal Sekiro, du sagst so, dieser Boss ist voll schwer, Demon of Fate, ich komm hier nicht durch. Ich sagst so, komm, ich mach den First Try, du sagst so, wie First Try? Dann mach ich einfach den Schieß. Safe, dass das hier effizienter ist als das, was wir davor gemacht haben. Mit dem blauen. 1500. Dann, wenn du willst, kannst du jetzt weiter Rise of P und so. Ja, was denn? Ich muss hier aufbauen. Ja, du hast gesagt, Leute, okay, ist einfach. Nachher. Also als nächstes nach den Prüfungen und nach allem werde ich wohl Lies of P zocken.
I was actually able to one-shot all 3 of his races without even really trying. I don't know if it's the off-road section that slows him down, or if he really just sucks at driving, but besides the first 5 and Tajay, anyways, from now on, Blacklist Rivals are going to require us to do 5 milestones instead of what has been 4. Thankfully, I managed to pick up the guy on the league, which has all the upgrades except for tickets that and by the way, on the topic of milestones, this is where Heat 5 is up. Needless to say, I was absolutely terrified of doing these pursuits with this, but luckily I was able to get all. Milestones without even going through the process. And after using the Gallardo to get the photo ticket, it was time to move on to the races. After more monotonous time of torture, JB was ready.
They pissed off.
So really at this point, I had no choice but to switch over to Miss Gallardo and defeat Jake, so I can move on to the next one. Earlier, my car was starting to become too slow for the toll booth races, and I was thinking it's going to be a problem later. It became a problem. I still had a couple things left to do, since my car was too slow to win the ticket. To switch to the guy over. And at this point, I hadn't even challenged Ronnie. Until the last race, which did take me a couple tries. I got this time was guys. Yeah. What I love is dreadful part.
Some of the sections irritate me now, but it is a very carefully crafted section. It was not just for the sake of it. leading to revolutionary concepts. Although one thing I do want to mention is the myth that the town and its spots were inspired by a real-life location called Centralia in Pennsylvania. The town was mines caught fire, forcing the locals to abandon ship, resulting in an empty settlement frequently shrouded in ash and smoke. And as cool and obviously tragic as this location is, it is not the inspiration for Silent Hill. That's an urban legend. The white snowflakes you see in the game are ash in snow. The similarities are just an eerie coincidence. One that apparently annoys Ito-san with its frequent citations. The main culprit for perpetuating this myth, it changed. That's an urban legend. The white snowflakes you see in the game are ash in snow. The similarities are just an eerie coincidence. One that apparently annoys Ito-san with its frequent citation. The movie's the main culprit for perpetuating this myth. It changed the world used to make the connection that Centralia was present.
All fires still burning underneath.
But that was just for the movie, and it doesn't reflect the game's actual inspiration. Let it be known. Ito-san, follow me on Twitter. I want to playtest the Silent Hill remake. Looper? Anyone? Following the occasional sparrow of blood, we head into an alley between two buildings and arrive at a small boarded entrance beneath the bridge. James, of course, isn't displaying an ounce of self-preservation. This dark tunnel does not look inviting, but regardless, we head in, passing through a gap to discover an iconic item, a radio with its static blurting out. If you know anything about Silent Hill, you'll know that a static means danger, something we discovered to be true right this very second. Standing from the darkness, the game's first enemy rears its head, twisting and contorting. This creature's called the Lying Figure, and it's the game's most common enemy, appearing as a humanoid shape with pale legs and a distinct, armless upper body. Now, this game is renowned for its use of symbolism in creature design. Almost everything is dripping with subtle references to underlying psychological issues, either relating to James or the other people we encounter. This monster, for example, could represent Mary's sickness, one that left her bedbound, where she had to lay there breathing in pain and coughing up phlegm and blood in a similar fashion to how these creatures live and attack. There's something things to avoid, but when they fall to the ground, there's a chance they'll slither around like snakes, damaging James if we get in their way. Body horror and snakes, a nightmarish combination the world did not need. I didn't mention him a moment ago, but Masahiro Ito was the monster designer for this game, a very talented man who's actually being brought back to consult on the upcoming remake. His inspiration for the Lying Figure was apparently in fashion, and more probably the appearance of his co-worker who was walking towards him late at night. His hood was up and his hands were in his pockets, giving him a bizarre silhouette as he approached. In any case, we're not going to stand around and let this abomination have its way with us, so we grab a plank of wood from the fence behind and bolt it into a system. The combat, it's slow, janky and awkward, but that's the entire point. We're just a normal person stuck in this hellscape. It manages to hit that sweet spot of not making the player rage and frustration, but also being stressful enough to encourage avoiding encounters where possible, to make us think twice about engaging the enemy, especially on harder difficulties. The combat is a point of contention with the remake. From the promotional material, it appears they're trying to modernize it, even adding the ability to dodge. This got the toy sphere and it's behavior. If I've learned anything from previous games, it's that we better not switch things we've got our hands on, or I'll send it to went mad about the dodge. But most of the games have this ability to capacity lifting the first game, and as long as we're not rolling around like Nathan Drake on the back, it's probably a good addition. As with all things, it's a matter of nuance and balance. The thing is, James remarks on this on Slightly Beast. What the hell is it? I'm just glad there's an actual reaction to the monsters here. He doesn't just move on like they're a dime a dozen, but much like Morton's reaction, the response is still very muted. What the hell is it? It's disproportionate to what's going on. Either he's in serious shock, or it's a sign of his detachment state. Almost like he's suffering from derealization, a condition where an individual feels the world around them is unreal, something you'd forgive him for given everything going on. There's no bloody footprints left behind to signify the violence that just took place. And in an interesting touch, you can revisit this tunnel later in the game, only to find the entrance sealed with police tape, implying that violent crime took place here. This transport seems that the attack of the person is sometimes delusional. Something that makes the silence of bloody footprints even more ominous in retrospect is that creature does not fight back in any way. From this point, the streets are littered with lying figures that chase James relentlessly through streets, between alleys, and even from under cars. They add a sense of pressure as we run through, looking for the next destination, and all the sounds this creates between the static, the hissing, and the spitting, it's sensory overload. Even though we're not in any real danger in the open streets with plenty of room to maneuver, it creates the feeling that we are. Following this main road down, we reach another dead end, but this time there's a caravan beside the gate, and inside we find a note asking us to head to the bar. So we retrace our steps and head inside to find a map with yet another location. And not only that, but there's a message written behind us. Except for the hole here, it's gone now. While it might sound ridiculous, this franchise has always had a close relationship with holes and what they represent. Now, symbolism change game to game, but in general, circles or Holes represent two major themes. Firstly, holes require us to leap into the unknown, literally risking our lives to explore further. It represents a one-way journey into the abyss where buried traumas reside, and a transition of our location in a way that completely disrupts our sense of reality. The second part of the symbolism is the circle of existence, where death, life, and rebirth are intertwined, with gods and children being reborn and transformed in the first and second game. Circles are often used to represent the endless cycle Silent Hill appears to be traveling. There are other meanings we can investigate here, but I think these two stand out as the most prevalent in relation to the franchise. Anyway, we have another location this time, an alley we pass on our journey over to the counterback. Head straight to this alley and skip the wild goose chase together. I mean, most people probably don't even dream of caravan. It's a game that needs skill, so how to do it right. Dodging multiple enemies, we make it to the end, find a body lying on the floor, its face bloodied and unrecognizable. But looking closer, its outfit is easily recognizable. It's the same outfit James is wearing. Is this spooky asset reuse or an ominous warning? Who knows? Grabbing a key from the body, we head to the Woodside Apartments located just up the road, and the transition from loud to the streets to the fence yard is surprisingly tranquil. We're still in the thick of it, but the difference in atmosphere offers a temporary Woodside Apartments. Inside, some might argue it's not an inviting space, but according to the map we found earlier, there's a path through these flats to Rosewater Park, so we get to work on finding it, heading upstairs and entering a long, dark hallway. Areas like this, with the camera angles being obscured, are where enemies can really become a nightmare. You can't see shit, there's little room to maneuver, and all you can hear is this diabolical screeching. Sounding something like a cricket on a unicycle. This noise is frequent, are basically demonic cockroaches. These noisy pests also featured in the first game, spawned from the level 8 insect. And if anyone hasn't played the first game or is unaware of the Lester's story, I think a quick summary is important for understanding the context of this game. In short, Alessa Gillespie was a young girl who allegedly had some kind of psychic powers, and sadly, these abilities made her the target of a cult known as the See, they wanted to harness these powers with the goal of birthing their deity. A brilliant plan that included brutally torturing Alessa for years, ultimately ending in a ritualistic burn.
It will walk and martyrs will burn.
During this final act, Alessa's powers manifested and she split her soul, resulting in a rift in reality. And instead of God, it birthed the nightmarish town of Silent Hill as we know it. Basically, Alessa's one that shaped in the rough world each protagonist faces. And something you might know about the second game is the massive thematic departure. Silent Hill 1 is all about cults and demon gods, and while there are still traces of these themes, the second game is significantly more about the human psychology. This series would continue to jump between these themes, some focusing more on occultism and religion than others, and I don't think that was a bad idea. If it were done right, it would have kept the plot fresh with confines of one town. Although the Silent Hill allegedly set in Japan on the way, it looks like that doesn't matter. Anyway, walking through these halls and finding an open door, we enter room 205 to find a torch illuminating the space. This light is attached to a mannequin, but it's not your typical mannequin design. Its outfit is distinct, familiar even, and upon inspecting our picture of Mary, we discover that it's an exact match. Grabbing the light, we're able to get a better view of our surroundings, but we might wish we hadn't, because from behind the stand, a creature awaits. This monster is known as a mannequin, and appears as a double-sided set of legs. They walk on one pair and attack with the other perfectly balanced, as all-legged monsters should be. Its design is arguably feminine in nature. It's literally a pair of long old legs. Which yet again gives you a reference to James's wife being bedbound. She would have painted her in mobility, and this creature is literally two sets of legs on the back, almost walking like a dish. They will attack us with radio static until James gets close or turns his light on. This is a subtle mechanic the game never directly mentions. All of the monsters are attracted to James' light. If we turn it off, we have a much easier time avoiding them at the cost of visibility. It doesn't matter so much on the open streets, but in these claustrophobic halls, the extra space can save your ass. That is, if you have any idea where you're going. With our new flashlight, we can explore the rest of the apartment, finding a few resources here and there, but it's in room 209 that we encounter our next objective, a clock blocking a gap in the wall. Sadly, before we can crack on with the puzzle solving, we need to unlock the glass case. It would seem James can't bring himself to smash a collector's item, so we head upstairs in search of the key. Once there, along with some unsettling breathing, find what we're looking for straight away. A key carefully placed just beyond these bars. All we have to do is reach it. Just as we're about to grab it, some snot-nosed brat kicks it and stomps on our hand. We don't know who she is or what she's doing, but now the key is out of our reach and I have the But you know what they say about every cloud? Because in room 301 just down the hall, we find our first firearm. Stepping in, the entire room is full of bullets. Every surface is relentlessly written, and the trolley at the centre, our very own pistol, able to stop the twitchiest of monsters. The progress kind of comes to a halt here though, because we've explored every room and found nothing to help us. Could this be our end? Are we stuck here forever in some hallway-based purgatory? Well, retracing our steps and walking through the downstairs hallway, this time we hear a scream. So naturally, we aim the scream's direction when the radio begins to crackle, and for the first time, we encounter the game's infamous mascot. Stood staring just beyond a metal fence, we see the red pyramid, the executioner, or as it's better known, the pyramid head. It has many names, but the beast remains the same. A disturbing creature with a rusty metal pyramid for a head, dressed in bloody butcher robes, and often seen dragging an impossibly large blade. What this creature wants of James is, by this point, unknown. All we know is that he's watching us. We can't interact with it in any way, and bizarrely, James doesn't even acknowledge the horrific sight. So for now, we continue our journey, where we discover the source of the scream, a corpse sitting in front of a distorted TV. You can't really tell from the angle shown, but the character model is James Sunderland. The clothing, the body structure, and even the face are all James. Something you'd only guess at without perhaps daylight. Despite the shop, we find a key to room 202 on a shelf nearby, so that's where we head, leaving the apartment to find our friend missing. Up to no good, I have no doubt. The room in question is mostly empty, bar a few cages which appear to house butterflies or moths that swarm us on entry. It's not until we check the bedroom that we discover the room's purpose, because on a wall marked by an ominous glow, there's a hole, and as the mechanical music kicks in, it's clear we've got to shove our hand into this mutant orifice. Thank the gods they chose Renus over, say, I don't know, white, because that would be a bit sus. We slowly reach inside, and after a rocky start, pull out a key with a going hole, never doubted for a second. Although it does mean that the key the girl kicked earlier unlocks something different. Opening the clock, there are 3 arms to move around, and on the wall behind us, 3 scribbles. Henry, Mildred, and Scott, all accompanied with what looks like a direction. Now I'm playing on the hard puzzle difficulty, as all fans should, and as a puzzle, this one's no brain scratcher. Any guesses then? Go on, what do you think? Well, that's absolutely incorrect. Well, are you stupid? The answer is yes. Henry equals hour, Mildred, minute, and Scott, seconds. Passing through, we can now reach the upstairs section and grab the key the little girl kicked away, which turns out to be a fire escape. But before that, we stop into room 307 to discover a harrowing sight. Inside, Pyramid Head is back, interacting with 2 monsters in a distinctly violent and arguably sexual way. It undoubtedly implies a violent dominance over these creatures, and with the mannequins representing a more feminine aspect, it would seem Pyramid Head is meant to signify sexual violence in some way. Even the fact that James is hiding in the closet watching this unfold adds a perverted voyeurism to the events. Not wanting to to see how this plays out, James readies his gun and unloads a clip through the closet. This causes the monster to walk away, instead of, I don't know, pulling us out and adding our body to his roster. Once alone in this closet, we discover a key to the courtyard. This means we now have 2 keys to use, and we can only find the doors to use them. Taking a stairwell at the back of this new second floor, we find a second lobby area containing some canned juice. And no, this isn't a massive healing item like a 6-pack of Fanta. It's the solution to a puzzle. In the first hallway we entered, there was a rubbish chute, and it was all bunked up. Nothing we could do about it at the time, but by using this big heavy crate, we were able to clear the blockage. Causing it to land in the dump outside. And once there, we snooped through the bins to find a coin. Something that doesn't have any bearing to us yet, but more interestingly, on an old newspaper article, we find a reference to a series of murders carried out by none other than Walter Sullivan, which, if you remember from our Silent Hills 4 video, is the antagonist of the 4th game. The lore of the town really was so well established in the early days. I love a bit of foreshadowing.
My name's Walter. Walter Sullivan.
Anyway, heading back to the main lobby and using the courtyard key, we enter a large concrete square with a few swords and a nice fountain swarming with blind figures. At the centre sits another corner with a gravity and dangerous affair, and you'll easily soak up the hits if you're not careful. Now we have 2 coins, the snake and the old man. Fuck knows what they're used for, but hey, I'm glad to have them cover for. Besides the coins, this courtyard gives us access to a second from the back, and at the back, on the right, hear a strange noise coming from the bathroom. Don't worry, it's not the burping nurses from the room. It's a real person, Eddie, who's being sick after encountering the dead body sat in the kitchen.
What's happening? I didn't do anything. You what? I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
Is this hard on the expression that the lady's not protest too much? Before James even speaks, he's already denying murder, despite no one accusing him.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Now, putting our suspicions aside, he seems like a decent enough person, more aware of the bizarre situation surrounding the town than Angela, although he does act like he's hiding something.
What happened here anyway? I told you. I don't know.
Wanting some time to recover, he asked to stay put, so we say our goodbyes and move on, meaning there's only one thing left to do prior to the fire escape. Opening it up, as always, it's not as we would expect. Climbing through the window with a separate building placed in impossibly close proximity, we enter the Blue Creek Apartments, where the layout of each room is slightly different, but the premise is the same. We need to find a way out, but not before James smashes his hand down the shitter. My brothers in Christ, no one asked James to do that. Man said looks like something's blocking the drain, and he went elbow deep. Thank you, Jeebus, it wasn't a big old turtle, or that would have just been really upsetting for everyone involved. Turns out the blockage was a wallet, one containing a series of numbers that unlock a safe in the adjacent room for a bunch of bullets. And man, if I ever use the gun, I'll have ammo for days. I'm gonna wander around. In room 105, we find a locked cabinet with multiple empty holes, which is where the coins we collected earlier come into play. We just need to find one more. And while hunting this coin down, in room 109, we run into Angela again. Except this time, she appears more depressed, staring at herself with a knife and contemplating drastic actions.
Yeah. I'm James.
This interaction is strange, with both appearing to almost jump between knowing each other and at the same time acting like it's their first encounter.
So, why did you come to this town? I'm sorry. Not yet.
James tries to offer us some insurance, walking her off the ledge and eventually asking for the knife.
Can you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
I kept it. I'm not sure what I might do.
She agrees to give it over, but when we go to grab it, she starts screaming and brandishes the weapon at us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I feel bad.
Realizing we were only trying to help her, she calls herself bad before walking off. This behavior, along with her habit to regress into a childlike state, is a telltale sign of historic abuse, particularly of younger children. For now, she's awake, so we take the knife and examine it for a moment before grabbing the final point from the table. Bizarrely, we can't use this knife as a weapon. We can just hold on to it. Open for a game-breaking weapon like in Homecoming. At least now we have enough coins to solve the puzzle though, which consists of placing them based on a vague description given by the text on a plaque. Once we've done that right, we get a key to a previously locked apartment, inside which you might hear an ominous whispering. It's something along the lines of, see my dead wife, come home to do something for me. And apparently, this whisper's random. There's a 50-50 chance it'll occur, so I was gassed when I heard it. The RNG god blessed my playthrough and let me grab that window. The room itself's empty, but crossing to the balcony, we find a bedroom with a key to the stairwell waiting for us. Our team is powerful, so we head over, but once inside, the door locks behind us. And we follow, because our old buddy Pyramid Head is sat in the corner, once again, acting up, giving a monster no quality frantic. Our goal isn't to survive. This hulking beast can't be killed. Instead, we navigate this small space, avoiding its sword and grab attacks while returning fire where possible. It's a tense section where we know we're outgunned, but we have nowhere to hide. Do we even try to fight, or are we just wasting ammo? Every bullet sounds like it's bouncing off his metal head. What was only a few minutes felt like a lifetime. You can shoot him, which will end the section faster, but it's also time-based. Run around for long enough and the fight will end the same. So to save ammo, you might be better off dancing around the area like Floyd, the moneymaker himself. And after 5 or so minutes, an alarm will ring out. Upon hearing this, Pyramid Head will completely disengage us and roll into the bloody basement, causing it to lower as he descends to its depths, leaving us confused, slightly injured, and fully aware that the only way forward is to follow the beast we just spent several minutes avoiding. The encounter was worth it though, because after taking the stairs, we exit the building to arrive in a back alley. Finally, we're out in the open air again. A beautiful sight that's rudely interrupted when we run into the little brat from earlier.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
This encounter has a few interesting points. First, Jane says, what is she doing in this town? She asks if we're blind.
What's a little girl like you doing here?
Are you blind or something?
Which is an odd and very open statement with a lot of implication. Most interesting of which is that she's seeing something completely different to Jane, just entirely. Something that in her mind should make it very clear why she's here.
Are you blind or something?
Second is that she appears to know Mary, even claiming that James didn't love her before running off.
You didn't love Mary anyway.
How do you know Mary's name?
I mean, is this child even real? That's the question most people will have by this point. Or is she some vindictive entity summoned by the town? Whatever the case, we follow her, and the map we found earlier is true to its word. We're at Rome, anxious to find out if Mary really is waiting for us. That is until we reach the waterfront and find out waiting for us.
Do I think?
Alright, it's a different person. One ironically called Maria, who looks exactly like Mary and has an eerily similar name.
You're really not Mary.
I told you. I'm Marie.
The only difference between this woman and James's late wife is her personality and dress sense, with Maria being outwardly flirtatious and sensual.
Feel how warm I am.
Understandably, this sends James into a spiral. He struggled to wrap his head around the woman and her similarity to Mary, something that annoys this stranger at first, but it doesn't take long for her to start laying the charm.
I'm all alone here.
more sexual because that's what James wanted from the wild. A theory that adds to the sexual frustration he's seen demonstrated so far. Whatever the case, it turns out that the park isn't our special place after all. Oopsie doopsie, our special place was actually Lakeview Hotel.
Special.
Hotel like this. This is on the other side of town, and not only do we have to reach it, but Maria, our trustworthy friend, she's joining us for the ride.
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just...
Another exception Maria wanted headed around the hills with us, but it's not really emergency. She stayed out there, so don't have to do that. And no matter how far we are, she'll be dramatic challenge. And honestly, that's might have stopped this section from being a nightmare. Escorting Eileen was a massive sticking point in the forward game, but Maria isn't that. She's a narrative driver, not a child to be escorted.
I can't use a ladder with my arm like this.
And leaving the park, I don't know if it was just in my head, but the fog itself seemed thicker, obscuring more of the town, which would be a great way to represent how confused James is feeling right now. Having run into Maria, his thoughts would be all over the place, chaotic and foggy, like the town itself. Something I adore about the early Salomon titles is that their visuals hold up remarkably well. I know that phrase gets thrown around a lot, but in this case, it's genuinely true. This game is more atmospherically disturbing than 90% of horror games made this way, despite the difficulty to work with. It's a testament camera angles themselves are often works of art, looking between perfectly framed cinematography to almost voyeuristic effects, stalking James through bushes or peering around door frames. I know it has its moments, but when it works, it's a thing of beauty. And with the remake leaving the fixed camera angles in favor of an over-the-shoulder perspective, they might struggle to recapture this magic. Even if it looks better, if it lacks the same tone, you won't be happy.
You were gonna just leave me?
It's worth noting that the version you're looking at now has been punched up thanks to the music project decided to parts. It's an unofficial patch bringing the PC version up to modern standards, and if you've got to play the game, this is the way to experience it. It doesn't change the tone, it just cleans up what was already there, and the team in charge has done an amazing job. Kudos to them. But you know what is a great way to experience the game? The HD re-release dropped in 2012. Comparison time. Here's the full from release. Here it is in the HD version. Here's the fear that we encountered Maria. Here it is in the HD version. Like, where is the fog? I can see the map cutting off in the far corner. This is awful. And it didn't stop with the graphical issue. The voice actors were hired to re-record every line, changing interactions from this.
Mary, could you...
Honestly, that's a matter of preference. I don't think one is inherently better. The HD version provides more emotion, but then again, it's actually mimic how messed up the characters are. So taking forward, the project's issues were mostly due to inconsistent or missing sources. Apparently, Nari decided to just spin it all up the game launch, which is insane in itself. But basically, don't play the version. It does the game no justice. Anyway, back on the streets and heading for the hotel, our next destination is a bowling alley just down the road. One Maria doesn't want to enter for literally no reason.
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
Fish, I don't like monsters all that much, but here we are. You know what? It doesn't matter. Enjoy the open air and demonic creatures. I'm headed for a gamble. A choice that pays off, because once inside, we stumble across a conversation unknown.
Robbery, murder. You're just
This conversation boils down to Eddie alluding to his question of the past, while the young lass viciously taunts him. As wanting to intercept this little powwow, we quickly make our way through the lobby, but before reaching them, we hear Eddie ask an interesting question.
Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's your name? Mary.
Did you find Mary? Implying that this girl not only knows about her, but is also in Silent Hill looking for Mary just like James. And when we do manage to reach the lanes, the girls are already on their way out.
Investiere wirklich positionsfrei. Mit Trading 2 bei deutscher Broker.
And instead of helping go after her, Eddie decides to sit and eat a nice slice, something that royally pisses off James.
Oh my! Is there any? Again,
Our interactions with these people are getting progressively stranger. It's like they're acclimatized, just hanging out and pizza instead of breaking down and trying to escape, something you'd expect anyone else to do in that situation. It's especially jarring for James, who just survived a nightmarish encounter with an unkillable geometric shape, only to find the other survivors chilling, eating pizza like a fucking teenage mutant ninja turtle. The parallels between their struggles could not be further apart.
forget you.
Leaving Eddie to chase down Laura, we run outside to find Maria panting.
Run out of here.
Yeah, she was too fast for me.
And that's a clever touch about Maria's character. We never actually see her interact with anyone other than James, nor at any point in the entire game. Earlier, she refused to enter the bowling alley because she hates bowling, and now we just missed her attempts to stop Laura. This is done to elevate our doubts about her entire existence. We can't validate her presence with a third party, so we're always left guessing.
Where are we going? This isn't the way that little girl.
Apparently Laura's run back the way he came towards the previously locked her up, and with James wanting to know why she's looking for Mary, we decide to follow her. Reaching the alley in question, we're banging our luck once again because she's slipped through the small gap between two buildings.
Is there any other way?
Yes, right through there.
But all this is not wrong. Turns out Mary has a key for the building that's blocking our way. Or I should say 3 keys, all hidden across various pockets. This building's a strip clubby sort of establishment, which implies that Maria worked here before we encountered her. There's even a poster that advertises her as a dancer back in the starting toilets, which we didn't know were established existence in this world. And again, why would there be an old resident of a long abandoned town that doesn't make sense? We track her down as she runs to building that was of significance to James. His wife was hospitalized 3 months before passing, so it would make sense that we face this virus at some point. And now, in need of answers, we head inside. Landing in the reception area, things are about as you'd expect. The place is abandoned, although not in complete disrepair. Laura's in here somewhere though, so we begin with a sweep of the area, finding most of the doors locked, bar the reception office, where we find a note talking about a patient suffering from the disease of another world, one that appears to soothe them when under extreme stress. But this place exists, right? Well, this other world is a reference to the nightmare reality seen in other experiences, but here it's again examined under the lens of mental real or just a mechanism for coping with a harsh reality. It's no longer absolutely faulty to some unknown box at the office where everything's fine. But at the level of myself, the ambient noise in this area is phenomenal. It's almost industrial, like metal pipes clanking together or a cursed washing machine tumbling in the distance. Much like the town itself, the music sounds like distorted versions of everyday noises. Akira Yamaoka had done an outstanding job on every piece of music and every noise created for this franchise. I mean, apparently they even recorded 100 footstep variations to make sure walking always sounded unique, and it's those extra touches that really just make this game what it is. Taking a staircase up to the next floor, our radio bursts into life and we encounter a new enemy type. These creatures are called bobblehead nurses, and their symbolism is pretty self-explanatory. Hospitals represent the worst part of James' life, a process that doctors and nurses are an inescapable part, and the raunchy nature of their design could even suggest a level of temptation James felt while interacting with the nurses tending to Mary, that perhaps he felt guilty for desiring them while his wife was dying. They twitch violently as they approach, with their faces covered in seemingly suffocating nurses for every second they exist. And bad numbers, and multiplied James. So it's not that they're biased though. When the nurses start pulling up, they'll hit anything in their way, friend or foe, something that can actually play to our advantage in a pinch. Norway clear to continue our search, stumbling across a small bear in a nearby closet.
What's wrong?
I just
protecting myself. Ah, Ben Needle. Well, I say, you'll certainly be needing that. I mean, there is a shotgun next to it, which is alright. But I mean, it's no Ben Needle now, is it? Protecting myself. The rest of the building consists of different hospital rooms with overturned beds and padded cells, all of which are a joy to explore. This is a classic horror location. Much like schools, hospitals make for great set pieces. They're miserable places associated with loss and pain. The last place you'd want to spend your evenings exploring, but hey, here we are. On the 3rd floor, after guessing the door code, we step through and get a key that really captures what makes this game great. The gross humming and the sound of wet footsteps, we see nothing but a dark hallway as our imagination works against us. And reluctantly, after clearing the hallway, we step into patient room 3, where Maria sits on the bed and is coughs, claiming she's just hungover. So, tell us to rest a moment while we go and search for Laura.
I'm going to go look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
This has an ominous parallel with Mary. A sickness, being bedbound in the hospital while James struggles on. We've seen this all before.
I'll be okay soon.
On the bedside table, we grab a key for the roof and head up, arriving to total darkness. It's as if the roof is in some forgotten place of existence where not a single slither of light can reach us. Some chosen undead really fumbled the bag here. This desolate scene adds to the feeling of isolation. After just having left Maria behind, we're totally alone. And to make matters worse, when we try to leave, we discover that the door's locked behind us. We're trapped up here with no escape, walking around until we hear a familiar sound. Smashed off the roof by our old friend, we arrive special. The fall and landing make no sense and positioning so in some ways it's the head was pushing us rather than trying to kill us. Checking the pad itself, we find a message from one of the agents. These numbers are for a lockbox. Same one we found a bull key for back in reception. This box is in room S14 and requires 2 keys and 2 codes. We already have the 2 keys from our exploration and 1 code, with the second being found on a typewriter downstairs. Now I know that's a quick explanation, but the keys and code are all over the place and there's a lot of back and forth, so for the sake of punchy writing, just know that we secure the goods, and once that box is open, we find a string of hair. Not to worry though, this isn't some elaborate troll. We need this for a separate puzzle. In a room down the hall, a little drain hole is something pipe. But now, if we can find the hair with the bent needle, we can reach it. Silent Hill logic, ain't anything of use. Yo, hold up. In here is that any comps. I am grateful for it densely though, because with our fishing skills, we uncover the elevator key, allowing us to access the first playing with her toys, happy as Larry. And I have to say, James is a better man than me, because I'd have drop kicked her on sight after her previous behavior.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Speaking about Mary, she claims she first met her only a year ago. Something that gets James back up, because she was long dead by that point.
Liar! But last year, Mary was already...
After coming down, we managed to talk her into coming with us, and when James asks her about her notable lack of any injuries, she doesn't understand why.
There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why did
This reinforces the idea that she doesn't encounter or see anyone. Maybe it's because she's young and there's no free threat to exploit, or maybe a lesser her different powers empathize with the style doesn't want her harm. Either way, on the way out, she talks about a letter from Mary and asks if she can grab what it is. Yes. Claiming it's just at the back of this here room. I don't know about you, but I smell a fishy and smells like betrayal. Yeah, he slams the door on us, locking us in, and initially we're pissed off. But then we're concerned because something's coming. Monsters are known as fleshlets, and while they're not the speediest of enemies, our combat arena is tiny, which makes the three of them a big problem. The metallic creatures hang from the ceiling and float around in a haunting fashion, using their feet to slam or strangle James. Their cage and bed shape embody the sick bed that Mary passed him, and according to Masahiro Ito, he collect Mary's power, just used James on the last day, hurling insults at James either out of fear of a death or despite how distant he was becoming. Apparently the big inspiration for Ito was the artwork of Francis Bacon, subjects to electrocution just like his abominations, and finding them in some pain. Down, and when you grab, you have to sit there with a dumb look on your dumb face while you wait for the animation to end. And to make matters worse, when we kill one, they just raise their legs up. It's like they're presenting. It's sending me mixed messages, I can't lie. Yeah, this fight was an iffy one for me. The monster design was great, the fight itself was frustrating, and I think that about summed it up. But once all three are defeated, a siren rings out, with the camera swinging around wildly as James appears to pass out. Waking up, we stare at the great robot as we move fast, likely being pushed on a gurney to some unknown location. As you might know, the inspiration for Silent Hill was a 19-year-old called Jacob Banner. Fun fact, I've actually done a breakdown of this a while back. It took 3 weeks to put together, and in the end, it's blocked by studios now. No one and I tried everything. I re-edited it like several times. I put it on a projector, I lowered the quality, I pitch shifted the audio, and aside from making it look like it was on a fucking Tamagotchi, I could not get it past their automatic systems. Once those options ran out, I reached out to bigger YouTubers to see if they had a solution. They ignored me, but I wasn't deterred. I was still determined to get this video to you. So somehow I ended up getting in contact with the UK's, let me get this right, I can't even remember the title, UK Library Commercial Development Manager to try and get this video greenlit. And in this email exchange, I literally told him that they can copyright the video and take every penny it will make. Just let me release it. I've spent 3 weeks working on it. It's already done. The movie's like 40 years old. It's nothing but a win for them if they've done that. To which he basically replied, such the stuff. Fucking nerd. So that video is dead and buried in the archives, and I'm kind of scared about what or how much it showed me about Jacob Banner if they get clapped by their team. So I just want to get about it and such a big inspiration. It's a military style, which makes sense for Jacob being a vet, but James doesn't have any military service in his history, so the jacket is likely just a wink and a nod. And aside from appearances, the environment, contorted monster design, and more specifically, the scene we just saw with the gurney were all inspired by a very famous scene. One where Jacob is being pushed through a demonic hospital, blood on the floor, and people scuttling on the grate above him. It's a great scene, and if you haven't watched it yet, but don't mind its older, slower-paced movie, it's a must-watch. It is annoying that I can't share my original video with you, but what can you do? Such is life, and it's not nearly as annoying as the fact that 5% of my do you not like great content? Do you not like supporting new and up-and-coming content creators? Don't be like Steve now. Show your support, hit subscribe. Anyway, after our impromptu tour of the hospital, we arrived at a bizarre room with concrete walls and grass flooring. It would appear, dear viewer, we're in the other world, a location that's just as effective here as it is in the other games, with rusted walls and fleshy material on every surface. Although unlike most of the other games, it's less of an actual hellscape, but rather a dirtier, hostile version of the areas we recently explored. But it's not until we reach the room that we left the room that things get truly disturbing. Changing which is will play from dynamically, which is unsettling on every level. Ma'am, please stop breathing in my ear. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Eventually we enter the staircase leading to the basement. where we push aside a shelf and find a ladder leading God only knows where. So as we do, we prepare for a descent.
James.
Whoa! Maria jump scare appearing from the fucking brick wall just before the climb, and she is not happy to see us.
I was almost killed back there.
Pissed off about us abandoning her, she flies off the lid, insulting James and belittling his search for Mary.
All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life.
After calming down, she unexpectedly asks for Laura, claiming she feels some need to protect her, even though she's really not sure why.
Did you find her?
You really seem to care about her. Did you know her?
I met her before. Sorry for her. It's all wrong. For some reason.
This remark supports the theory that Maria is a manifestation of the town. As we know, the town doesn't seem to want to hurt Laura, and if Maria were created by the town, she would feel inclined to help as well. Whatever the case, we begin our climb down, discovering, rather anticlimactically, nothing more than a box room and a ring. A comically large ring at that. I guess they were afraid people would miss it, but that thing is wham. We need the jewelry though to solve a puzzle. But before that, do you like quizzes? Because if we try and take the lift downstairs, we get called upon to partake. questions, the answers to which we have to just remember in our brain tissue and recall when we reach the 3rd floor storeroom and attempt to input the correct code. Get any of the answers wrong and we're sprayed with a toxic cloud, but if we get them right, we're rewarded with a boatload of ammo and healing items. I have nary a fucking clue what the game was going for here. Maybe James subconsciously despises quiz shows, or maybe his wife was caught banging Richard Osman. I honestly don't know. It still baffles me to this day.
What was that?
After that detour, we grabbed a second ring from a sniff fridge on the 2nd floor.
Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks. Then we place both on the mural of a woman upstairs, unlocking a final door, one that leads to our escape. Descending this enormous staircase, we enter a tunnel beneath the hospital, but we're not alone. Turning a corner, Pyramid Head appears hot on our tail, where a frustrating chase sequence ensues, resulting in Maria frequently dying because she cannot navigate the tide always. This forces us to try again from whenever the fuck our last save was. Can't kill her if I get there first, asshole. I guess her vulnerability does increase the tension, but it's just blood boiling when she takes a corner like a tank and dies for no reason. That said, the chase is necessary for what comes next. By a mere inch, Maria doesn't make it inside the lift. Once again, James is utterly alone, and as this realization kicks in, he literally buckles to the floor while melancholy music begins to play. Maria was strange and we couldn't trust her, but she was the closest thing we had to a friend, and now she's gone. After some time, we regain our composure and use this lift to arrive back at the lobby with the somber atmosphere following us. Heading to the staff room, we find a map with a note claiming that the only way to find truth is forwards. Basically, yeah, you're fucked, but why stop now? Why not see things through to the bitter end? There's 2 places marked on this map. A buried item in the park where a patient's hidden a key to the museum, and a bar downtown where there's a wrench waiting for us. Seeing as the bar's the closest, we head there first, leaving the hospital to find Silent Hill in near total darkness. Now, this bar is back on the other side of town, and rather than going round the long way, this time we cross through a tunnel with the ground made up of mesh floating above a near endless expanse, and dangling just below this are creatures known as the Mandarin. They look like the closer from the 3rd game, but they're slightly different, with a female body hanging from the centre. Their outstanding feature is their giant arms, which they use to walk and attack. They're fairly harmless, mine, and if you just speed through it, they'll offer no trouble as we leave the tunnel. However, just before heading to the wrench, if we should choose to visit the other bar from the start of the game, you know, the one with that message about missing holes? Well, we'll find a second message this time, one that reads, if you really want to see Mary, you should just die, but you might be heading to a different place. It's a direct, damning, and impactful statement to James. You can only imagine the dread reading something like that would cause a man searching for his dead wife. I'm just slightly disappointed James doesn't react in any way, especially after so much loss. Seeing a more human response to this would have been heartbreaking. Anyway, grabbing the wrench, we head to the park, unearth the key, and make a quiet, reflective dash over to the Silent Hill Historical Society to see what truth it is we've been sent to uncover. The building's home to multiple artifacts elaborating on the town's history, including, much to our horror, a mural to the lethal pursuer. Other than that, there isn't much to find. It's not until we reach a back room that the plot thickens. Behind a burned wall, there's a staircase leading into pure darkness with an alarm ringing out. Every fibre in our body is saying, do not go down there, but we have no choice. Disturbing sounds aside, the only way is forward. This staircase is so long, it actually hey, it's never ending. At one point, I was even tempted to turn around and just try and go back, to give up. Fuck this, I'm going home, sucks to suck, Mary. But it's a matter of persistence. We have to keep heading down in a scene not too dissimilar to the start of the game. Of course, what doesn't help is the sirens ringing out louder the further we descend, ultimately playing over themselves in chaotic fashion. Eventually, though, we reach the bottom, stepping through a door to find ourselves in some kind of reception area. But this isn't the museum's basement, it's a prison, with barred windows and monsters lurking around every corner. Right now, we should be asking ourselves exactly what kind of prison are we in? Is it a normal abandoned prison for the challenged citizens of Silent Hill? Or is it some sadistic torturing ground for the Order? Either way, we're here now and we need answers. There isn't much to find on this first level, aside from, of course, this here giant pit encompassing an entire cell. Examining it, we get a tempting offer. Do we jump into the abyss? And this is exactly what I was talking about earlier when I described the game's use of holes. We're literally tumbling into the unknown, to what could easily be our death. Not only that, but there's absolutely no way back from this point. Unlike the long forest trail that makes us feel like the only way is forward, this hole is telling us. After our tumble, we find James at the bottom of a giant well, with unscalable walls surrounding us. There's no escape. Hell, there isn't even any lotion. I mean, imagine you're in James's shoes for a second. You just found yourself in a dark well with no way out, in a town where no one will ever find you. The panic and claustrophobia would be insane. And when you first played this section, you might be feeling the same. Interacting with the walls, there's nothing. We run around in circles, blindly clicking on every surface until we notice a specific section that feels different. And with a quick swing from our pipe, the wall crumbles, revealing a hidden door. Passing through, we drop into a flooded basement, an area with insane architecture, forcing James to make a second jump down a vertical hallway. This time, we wait to find Eddie off his fucking rocking horse.
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head.
Once again, he's been found near an unknown dead person, saying it wasn't his fault and that he had no choice.
But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one. Just for that, you killed him?
A sinister side of Eddie's starting to reveal itself. He clearly has no issues killing someone, even for something as trivial as looking at him the wrong way.
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you. Oh yeah? Why not? So now I always let people walk all over me.
This could be an indicator that Eddie suffers from some kind of untreated paranoid schizophrenia. He's someone that reacts violently to situations created in his own mind. Whatever the case, this aggressive streak is getting worse. A fact that might not bode well for us should we run into it again.
I was just joking, James. Anyway, I gotta run. You're going out there alone?
Yeah. We're in the prison canteen now and interacting with a food tray at the back. We find a stone tablet labeled Gluttonous Pig. We need this plaque to solve a puzzle later, but it's also likely here to throw shade at Eddie, a lad who's on the larger side and would rather eat pizza than help a small child. It's no coincidence we found it just after this encounter. The town, it would seem, has some contempt for Eddie.
I was just joking, James.
Leaving the canteen, we arrive at the cell blocks, with most being empty, some having lined figures, and a few being occupied by an unknown invisible enemy. These unseen beings are referred to as the prisoners, and they sit in their cells making a racket. There isn't much known about them aside from the distinctly human sound they make when they die. Maybe the devs wanted to make you feel guilty about murking a helpless, unseen creature that, from all you know, could be an innocent person. You know, an innocent, demonic-sounding person. It feels like this entire area was designed to break the player's nerve, from the increased focus on scares to the relentless background music. In fact, this area is home to the game's only jump scare. If we enter the woman's toilet and knock on one of the stalls, we hear a woman scream. Toilet scares are a running theme in Silent Hill and Japanese games in general, likely due to the Japanese folklore of Hanako-san, an urban legend about a girl that haunts women's toilets, being summoned if you knock 3 times on the 3rd story. Basically, toilets in Japanese horror are usually bad news, and refocusing on the chaotic music, I have to say, it works beautifully here, because when you enter a hallway with no noise, it feels wrong. It's like the game's preparing you for a scare. The quiet becomes deafening. They should have called this game Silent Force. Ow, I'm sorry. I literally wrote that joke down too. I had so many opportunities not to say it, but the point I'm trying to make is that their use of silence is just as powerful as their use of sound. The prison isn't all bad news though, because hunters rejoice. In an office at the back, we find our very own rifle, packing a ton of power in exchange for a slower fire rate. It's well worth grabbing though, just in case we fight any more monsters, which I'm sure we might. There's only one area left to explore now, this giant empty room. It's too large to see anything in the expanse of darkness, but pushing through, we find something at the center, a galley with 3 slab-like holes in the front. This is where the 3 slates we've gathered up to. So we whack them on. Well, that was fun, but aside from the dude cleaning himself, nothing happened. So we turn to leave, only to find a horseshoe hanging from the door. But what on earth do we do with this? Well, the answer is related to this here hatch. Its handle's missing, but how do you think we get that open? Well, the solution is mind-boggling. We have to combine the lighter, the horseshoe, and a wax figure to create a new handle. Who the thought this shit up then, huh? Wax is not a strong substance. How would it lock a handle in place? It's not even like there was some sort of symbolism here to justify it. It's just dumb. I remember the answer from memory, so it wasn't a problem this time, but I remember raging the first time round because it made no sense and it took me ages to think about adding a wax doll to the combination. Anyway, with that, we have another jump where we pass through a morgue with bodies stacked on top of each other, overflowing from their tubes, and there's 2 more holes here. The last 2 in the area, I promise, I know it's a lot of holes. Charlotte would be proud, but this time the holes are different, marked with drop and screeching music. These final jumps have a more ominous implication, like we're heading somewhere even worse than this nightmare. But as always, what choice do we have? This time we land just outside an elevator shaft, and stepping inside, it automatically heads down. For the entire duration of this descent, I was certain something was going to drop down and attack us. This space was definitely big enough for a fight, but nothing happened. It was just my unsettled little mind working against me. Leaving the lift, it appears we're no longer in the prison. We're in the hallways of a normal building, or more accurately, a maze of hallways. There's several ladders down here, with each one leading to a different chamber, the first of which contains a bizarre altar. Majora's Mask sat on a rotating pedestal. But we'll come back to that in a moment, because I want to talk about the second ladder first, one that connects to a unique area known in the community as Pyramid Head's Lair. It's a circular hallway occupied by the unkillable beast, along with a few mandarin hanging from the grate, making this area a nightmare. But at the center, inside a small red room, we can grab a hilarious weapon, the oversized blade of the triangular knob himself. Because of its speed, it's basically unusable, but you know what? I don't care. It's still badass, and no, I'm not overcompensating for anything, shut up. But returning to the rotating faces, it turns out that the direction of this cube directly matches the rotation of the steel room behind us. To pass through, the square has to be rotated in such a direction that we can gain access, or also exit out the back. Something you can figure out with a little bit of trial and error. Passing through, we enter what looks like a jail cell with an unexpected sight waiting for us.
Maria! You thought that thing killed you!
Maria, back from the dead, and not only that, but something's different.
Are you confused? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel? You said you took everything. But you forgot that videotape we made.
Despite claiming she's still Maria, she speaks about private memories only James and Mary could know, once again blurring the line of who this woman really is.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
This entire interaction would be torture for James, and this behavior can be taken one of two ways. Either it's cruelty, she's trying to break James down by being wicked and manipulative, or desperation, she genuinely wants to be accepted by James, and as such is willing to play whatever role she needs to make him stay. Even the fact that she's locked in this jail cell is symbolic of what Maria has always embodied, his wife just within reach, yet he can't have her.
I'm here for you, James. See?
Whatever the case, James is spinning right now, and after agreeing to rescue her, we work through a labyrinth of tunnels and ladders as we head towards her cell, eventually climbing up one last ladder to find a news article talking about a man that was stabbed to death. Apparently nothing was stolen, so the police describe the murder as a crime of passion. It's tragic, but it doesn't mean much to us, so we head into the connecting hallway where we hear a familiar voice screaming out. It's Angela, and rushing to help her, we find her huddled in the corner with a monster approaching. This beast is known as Abstract Daddy. It's a twisted being born from the abuse Angela suffered from her father and brother, and the symbolism is chilling. It appears as a beast reeling on a bed, atop a fleshy tube capped with lips or some other grotesque orifice. Even the room itself is made up of a fleshy material with piston holes lining its center, all of which have blunt metal pipes pushing in and out. I mean, are you picking up what I'm putting down? I'm not sure how much I can say in this video without getting age restricted, but basically, the dad and brother were very bad people. The Abstract Daddy slow moves in and attacks by literally hurling its body at James, rolling on top of him and doing, I don't even want to know. He's not a very difficult boss, but I'll be damned if his symbolism isn't scarring. Fuck. Also, the news article we read a few moments ago, it said the man was stabbed and that the weapon hadn't been recovered. It seems that the man in question was Angela's dad, and the knife he took from her was the murder weapon. Seeking revenge, she killed her father before fleeing and somehow ending up in Silent Hill. With the beast defeated, Angela gathers her strength and attacks his body. Now that's all fine, I get the hatred, but once she comes to her senses, she suddenly turns on us too, and she rejects her being a pig.
You want to kill myself anyway, you disgusting pig!
She's revolted by us, literally feeling sick just thinking about it.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick!
This could be excused as a general hatred for men after her father's torment, but she throws a more specific insult our way.
You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
James is left shell-shocked, claiming that he never, but failing to find the words.
That's ridiculous. I never.
Well, I guess that's the thanks you get for helping. Hey, at least we can still save Maria. So we continue our journey, eventually stumbling across a chamber with 6 masked bodies floating in the air. Each one stands accused of a crime, ranging from murder to petty theft. A mystery that makes more sense when we enter a second room down the hall with a matching set of nooses. The puzzle's simple in theory. 5 out of 6 of these men were actual criminals, but one's innocent, and it's our job to figure out which. And on a plaque behind these robes, there's a cryptic message from a man claiming he's about to walk the 13th steps and be hung despite being innocent. He then speaks about every other prisoner, describing their crimes in various vague ways. So our job is to break that down into chunks, crossing off the guilty crimes, with stealing children describing the kidnapper and embezzling public money describing the embezzler, and so on, with ultimately only one person being unaccounted for, the counterfeiter. So we approach his corresponding noose and pull on it, with all the implication that having a mentally unstable man staring into a noose comes with. If we guess correct, the counterfeiter's body will be gone, and in its place we'll find the key of the Percy shoes, which lets us pass through a previously locked gate. The fact that this puzzle comes directly after Angela accuses him of being terrible partner and wanting his wife gone gives this riddle a whole other meaning. James is toiling with accusations he doesn't believe, and here he's literally tasked with finding the falsely accused innocent man. In any case, all this work was for now, because when we reach Maria, once again, we're too late.
Maria, no! What happened to you?
Lying on the bed, she's already dead, with sickness boiling over her face. Leaving the cell and stumbling through the halls, we head up a ladder and arrive at an indoor graveyard, a confused mishmash of locations. Here we can read different gravestones, even finding a space for Wolf Sullivan, but at the back, there's 3 freshly dug holes. One for Eddie, one for Angela, and one for James Sunderland, the latter of which contained yet another hole. And I became first. This time, there's no animation, no jump. We just arrive on the staircase and make our way down. This hallway slowly becomes colder and more visceral, with blood slathered on the walls and floor, all of which lead to a heavy door. Entering the freezer, we find our boy Eddie with even more bodies in tow.
You always busted my balls! You fat, disgusting piece of shit!
He's frantically raging about the people that have bullied him throughout his life.
Doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty.
James tries to calm him, to empathize with his struggle, but it doesn't take much to push Eddie over the edge.
James?
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along.
Hallöchen.
I'll kill you, James!
Well, it was only a matter of time, really. This man has been falling apart at the seams, and now we have to put the dog down. It's not a great fight, I can't lie. It feels surprisingly rushed when compared to the rest of the game. I mean, we just stand there like two dipshits opening fire, with Eddie raising his revolver so slowly, it's comical. I mean, the fuck we fight? The sloth from Zootropolis. After shooting Eddie, you know, a real human being, several times in the stomach with a shotgun, instead of exploding into giblets, he does a cute little dash out the room. This leaves us freezing and honestly confused about what just happened, but in an unintentional, pretty way, not the usual mind-boggling Silent Hill way. The fight isn't over though. Eddie's still going strong. He's got that dumb strength, apparently able to withstand an inhuman amount of damage. And following him into the meat store room, Eddie finally explains how he ended up here.
Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. Tried to kill itself guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too.
It would appear his nice guy appearance was just a facade. He's cruel and violent, attacking dogs and people alike, with James appearing to be his next victim. The second engagement is somehow even more anticlimactic than the first, with him Naruto running towards our barrel and getting fucking bodied.
I killed a human being.
Yeah, no shit, dude. He barely even tried to fight back. Bro was slapping you on the tit and you pulled out the two-barrel. You're a bad person. Goodbye, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. Jokes aside, James is traumatized by this. Sure, he's killed plenty of monsters, but they were just that, monsters. And while Eddie was metaphorically a monster, he's still a human, and that's entirely different.
Mary, did you really die 3 years ago?
Sadly, we can't take his revolver, but from this point, if the player examines Mary's letter, they'll discover it's a blank page. But what does this mean? Is the town trying to isolate James even further, or did the letter even exist in the first place? Leaving the storeroom, we find ourselves on a dock, and following it down, there's a rowboat waiting for us, with Lakeview Hotel shining in the distance. We're almost there. Answers are waiting for us. All we have to do is cross Toluca Lake.
I'm the developer of the game, The Tower. I wanted to make a tower defense game that had nearly infinite number of upgrades.
James is at rock bottom right now. He doesn't know what's real or who he can trust, and he's just killed a man. With all this mounting up, having James row across the foggy lake perfectly captures his lost, helpless feeling. Only a faint light from the hotel is guiding our way. It's almost like James's last hope is arriving to find Mary waiting for him. A single, delusional dream driving him forward. After rowing for some time, we dock at the hotel, pass through the front gate, and ascend the steps leading to the entrance. And tickle my aunt, there are exactly 13 steps. The same number of steps mentioned by the innocent man before his hanging, which is way too specific to be a coincidence, and the attention to detail is baffling. Inside, we instantly find a map, with room 312 marked by the sentence, waiting for you. Could this mean Mary really is here? Much to our surprise, the hotel's clean and intact. Aside from the darkness, it's nowhere near as run down as you'd expect. And checking the front desk, there's a note claiming James left a videotape behind, and that it's being stored in the office safe. Consider my curiosity piqued, but before we track it down, we head to the dining hall to inspect this beautiful piano.
Did I scare you?
Man, I hate this kid, but thankfully this time she's of use because she's got a letter from Mary containing some vital details.
I'll read it. But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was a nurse. I took it from her locker.
It appears they shared a nurse, which clarified how Laura became acquainted with Mary. She was in the hospital at the same time for an unknown reason. Mary knows she's got a past thing though, and claims she loved Laura like a daughter, even wishing she could have adopted her if things were different. These touching words are then followed with a remark about James, saying she knows he can appear unpleasant, but to give him a chance. He can be grumpy, but deep down, he's a nice person. Finally, the letter closes with happy a birthday, prompting James to ask when she turned 8.
Mary died 3 years ago.
This throws everything James has been saying into doubt. How doesn't he know when his own wife passed? That's a very important thing for a husband to know, and 3 years is quite a big gap. Anyway, realizing she dropped a different letter, Laura runs out, and when we follow her, she's gone, with a couple of abstract caddies taking her place. This time, they're a faster-moving, weaker version, and according to Ito-san, they serve no symbolic purpose outside of their boss fight. And when later questioned about why they appeared in the hotel, he just replied, because it's the game. I guess that means the level designers just chucked them in for extra combat rather than any symbolic meaning, but I guess after all, it is in the game. EA. Heading up to the 3rd floor, as you would expect, it's locked shut. Well, bugger. Exploring the hotel a while, we find a few keys, open a few doors, and eventually find ourselves in a lift when a klaxon rings. Turns out, with all our gear, we weigh too much. If we want to head down, we need to store all our weaponry in this here locker, something you really don't want to do in a place like Silent Hill. Thank God James didn't comfort him during his wife's sickness, or he'd be screwed. So we unload our gear, and without so much as a pot to piss in, we make our way through the staff area, avoiding the various monsters until we find the mysterious tape. And thank God, we don't want that shit leaked to the internet. James did some freaky stuff. Passing through a bar, we unlock our way back to the lobby, but we still don't have our gear, which means a mad dash is on the cards, all the way back to our locker where we run into multiple mannequins trying to stop us. But after grabbing our stuff and coming back to teach us some manners, they're gone. Almost like they were only there to take advantage of us while we were vulnerable. Now by this point, we'll have gathered 3 music boxes during our travels, with each one relating to a different Disney princess. These boxes are for a device at the center of the lobby. Match the 3 princesses to their corresponding description and you're off. The device rotates, revealing a key to the stairwell, which means we finally have access to James and Mary's holiday suite. It's time for a revelation. The room's empty. Mary isn't here after all, which really is no surprise, but there is a VHS player by the TV, so we insert the old tape we left behind to see what secrets it contains. It's fuzzy and hard to make out, but the violent act is clear. At some point, likely only a few days ago, James decided he had enough. Either through misguided mercy, frustration, or plain old hatred, James took a pillow and suffocated Mary. She is dead, and she was sick. That much is true. What James lost in his memory was the fact that her death was ultimately by his hand. This must be the information Angela knew earlier when she was insulting James.
You didn't want her around anymore.
Something that retroactively explains how sick she was by us. Also, going back to the game start, when James first discovers the radio, we hear Mary's voice, and what it says is chilling. James, I'm here. Come to me, James. I'm waiting for you. Why did you kill me, James? You probably wouldn't catch it the first time round, but when you know the truth, it's much easier to pick out, and it's truly harrowing. The town was trying to tell him from the very beginning. This revelation opens a whole new meaning to the creatures as well. The lying figure and bubblehead nurses at first looked to be breathing in pain, but perhaps they were struggling for air, just like his wife in her final moments. Pyramid Head also takes on a different role from here, but I'll get to that in a moment because right now Laura's just run in, eager to help us find Mary.
So there you are, James. Did you get the letter? Did you find Mary? If not, let's get going already, okay?
James tries to explain the truth, sparing her the grisly details, but letting her know that Mary isn't coming back.
She's gone. She's dead.
This causes Laura to revert to her initial hatred of James, saying she was right about him and that he was a bad person after all.
Do it!
She storms out of the room, leaving James to sit and reflect on the actions that led him here. And after wallowing for a while, the radio crackles into life. It's Maria. Apparently she's nearby and she needs our help. Hey, third time's the charm. We already let Mary down. This could be our only chance of redemption. So with the weight of reality bearing down on us, we follow the crew, leaving to discover an entirely different hotel. It's rusty and wet, appearing more abandoned than the pristine accommodation we arrived to. This version is part of the other world, although it's interesting theory to entertain is that perhaps this isn't an other world at all. Maybe this is how the hotel really looked when we first arrived. The perfectly maintained grounds, in hindsight, doesn't make sense for an abandoned town. It's possible James created this illusion based on how he remembered it from his holiday, a delusion created to protect himself and envision a world where nothing's changed. A time when he was happy and his wife was alive, but when his false reality was shattered, he sees the hotel for how it truly is, ruined and burned. This section was powerful in so many ways. For starters, finding out the man we've been playing as and even rooting for had brutally murdered his wife was a shell-shocking moment and for its time, a groundbreaking twist. Then we leave our room to find the hotel reflecting this disgusting side of James, from the damp walls to the mind-numbing house. Not only that, but the doors now lead to random locations, with some leading back on themselves and others leading to completely random hallways. He's lost, moving through this world with no solid grip on reality, as it progressively gets more corrupt and eroded. Eventually though, we reach the basement, which is now filled with water and various monsters. The tension is palpable, it's building up, getting us ready for what comes next. A staircase engulfed in flames. Stood in this inferno is Angela, who pulls out to us in an unexpected way.
Mama, I was looking for you. You're the only one left. Maybe dead. Maybe that I can rest.
She's completely given up, feeling that she deserved the abuse, blaming herself for it, and even asking for the knife back.
I deserve
No, Angela. Wrong.
Give me back that knife.
Denying her the blade, she asks if we're saving it for ourselves.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No. I'd never kill myself.
Before turning around and ascending into the flames.
It's hot as hell in here.
For me, it's always like this.
It's a tragic ending for a tragic character. Unable to move past her trauma, Angela gives up, accepting her fate and giving in to the hatred and pain, literally and figuratively letting the flames consume her. The camera's angled to obscure her when she reaches the top, so players would normally assume she met her demise. However, using hacks, if we follow her to the top, you'll encounter Angela stood there bending and twisting in inhuman ways. Whether it's a disturbing Easter egg or just an unfinished animation acting up, we'll never know, but it's damn creepy. Leaving this inferno, James turns a corner to encounter 9 red squares placed in a grid. And while there isn't an official reason given to the meaning of these, we do know that Silent Hill 2 has exactly 9 creatures, each one representing an aspect of his guild, and he's beaten them all. So perhaps this section signifies that James is close to conquering the eternal battle he's been fighting. Well, all of them bar one. Either way, things are coming to a head, and beyond this door, a challenger awaits us. Back from the dead once more, we find Maria strapped to a cage with not one, but 2 pyramid heads. Pyramid head eyes. Are they like cactus? I don't know. 2. Wait. Scream for help, but as always, there's little we can do but watch. And with Maria dying for a 3rd time, James falls to his knees. Except he's not given up. Instead, he finally understands what needs to be done.
I was weak. That's why I needed you.
someone to punish me for my sins. That's all over now.
Ready to face his demons, he stands to find the two waiting either side, ready for one last fight.
Now it's time to end this.
Gone is the long blade, with both donning a faster spear weapon. They're still relatively slow moving, and the arena is huge, so it's a very easy fight, provided you keep running corner to corner and taking shots with the rifle. It's quite more symbolic than challenging. Even the music isn't scary or intense, it's reflective, almost optimistic, like James is facing reality with one last-ditch effort. Eventually though, after dealing enough damage, the two pyramid heads walk to the center and, without so much as a word, impale themselves. This final act embodies Pyramid Head's entire existence. James subconsciously knew what he'd done to Mary, but he couldn't confront it. He couldn't own up to his actions. So, as a form of self-punishment, the town brought Pyramid Head into existence to hunt down and punish James, something he even recognizes by the end.
I was weak. That's why I needed you.
Now, having taken responsibility and proven he doesn't need them anymore, they're no longer of any use. With this knowledge, it could explain the violent displays we've encountered thus far, all the scenes where Pyramid Head is struggling with a monster. Perhaps this is how James viewed himself, a man overpowering his defenseless wife. Also, the fact that only after fighting Eddie can signify his guilt for having two deaths attributed to him, with each one representing a separate killing.
I killed her.
Also, times did. Pyramid Head only appears with a giant blade after speaking to Angela and getting her knife. A knife that looks suspiciously like a smaller version of Pyramid Head's weapon, with Pyramid Head basically being conjured from James's repressed feelings. It's possible that receiving her blade planted the seed of self-harm, which was then reflected in the monster's choice of weapon.
Save yourself.
Also, trace next bit. It's possible Pyramid Head could even represent the sickness itself. We see them kill Maria twice throughout the game, and each time James sits there and watches, unable to do diddly squat. Much like watching his wife succumb to a sickness he can't cure. And listen here, bitch, I don't think you're planning on looking into this too deep. You clicked on a multi-hour analysis of a horror game. The fuck you expecting, bro? Leave me alone. Hit the like button, then leave me alone. Anyway, impaled, the two stand there, just T-posing, until we grab an egg from each of their bodies. A rusty one and a scarlet one. Why do they have eggs? I don't know. But I've seen talk online that they could signify the lives James took, with the rusty egg representing the old murder of his sick wife, and the scarlet egg representing the recent death of Eddie. That might be a long shot, but it's the best interpretation I've seen. Leaving this area, we walk through a long hallway where James reflects on the last conversation he had with Mary.
Get the hell out of here! Leave me alone already! No need to me anymore. He's dead anyway. Maybe today.
It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive.
There's a lot to unpack here. For starters, let's just establish that smothering your loved one is always a bad thing. No one has the right to make that choice.
Good to see you, dear.
I didn't know.
But through this dialogue, we see a terminally ill woman that clearly was the past, being kept alive against her will. Regardless of his true motives, you could argue that it wasn't a selfish killing, but rather a very misguided act of love. I mean, you could assume that right up until the last second, where she changes her mind.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm not going to die. Sweet.
Sweeter and sweet. Die neuen Düfte der Axprite Fragrance Collection.
Das ist die Mega-Verlosung. Wanna win something unreal? Dieses Luxushaus.
Asking James to
Wanna win something unreal?
just wanting her loved one to support her. It's a tough listen, especially when you know how it ended and the drastic measures James took. But what I appreciate about this dialogue is that it maintains ambiguity over the entire situation. How should we view James and his actions? Is he a selfish, wicked man, or a mentally unstable, loving partner? However you view him, that's your choice. Heading up one last staircase, we arrive at what looks like a warehouse with nothing but a bed and Mary waiting for us.
Mary? Never stop making that mistake. Mary is dead. You killed her.
Once again, we've been duped. This ain't our wife. It's Maria, pretending to be her, even dressed in the same clothing. This woman's fucking nuts, bro. And if that wasn't bad enough, when James rejects her, she snaps, claiming we deserve to die too.
It's time to end this night.
No, I won't let you. You have to change.
Consumed with her hatred, she transforms into a beast, hovering in midair with a very similar design to the flesh lips, appearing encaged in a metal hospital bed with some apparatus around her face, which likely represents the medical devices used to extend her life.
To be here, they just kill me. I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive.
This is the final boss, and honestly, after having fought 2 pyramid heads, it's kind of anticlimactic. She floats around in a slightly too large arena, trying to whip us with a tentacle-like appendage, all the while summoning moths to swarm us, which are super fucking annoying. I would genuinely have been happy if they left Pyramid Head as the final boss, just having this scene serve as a final goodbye rather than a second and less engaging fight. Regardless, we play kissy catch for a while, running back and forward until finally we drop that skank. In the ground, she lies there, helpless, until we walk over and finish her off. An ending that resembles the situation that landed us here in the first place. Pulling the trigger, we flick to James, sat beside Mary, where, after all the torment, he's finally able to get closure.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not true. You also said you didn't want to die. The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
Conflicted at first, he appears to land on the conclusion that he was trying to act out of love. Even if his actions were unforgivable, he was trying to end her suffering.
If that were true, then why do you look so sad? James. Please. Please do something for me. With your life.
Barry forgives him in the end and asks him to continue his life, something he appears to do, leaving through the graveyard with Laura in tow. Before he leaves, though, we hear one last letter from Mary, where she talks about her final days.
Whenever you don't see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you... Or maybe I just... disgusting. Sorry about that.
It's somber. She knows she's a burden. Her sickness has made her husband miserable, and she hates that just as much as her condition, despite neither being her fault. You can't help but feel sorry for her. She was the real victim in all of this. From the sickness to a tragic end, the story of Mary is a heartbreaking one.
You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. You made me happy.
What happens to James from here, well, it's unknown, but he's free to live his life without torment, having accepted his actions and facing his worst fears. He'll return to society and face whatever judgment the legal system has in store for him. Even in the best ending, he's not a hero. He doesn't have a perfect conclusion. Life just goes on. But of course, it wouldn't be a Silent Hill game without multiple endings. The conclusion we just saw, despite being depressing, is still considered the good one, referred to as Leave. But it's only one of 6, yes, 6 possible endings, ranging from drowning ourselves to fucking dog conspiracy. The criteria to unlock each one is still slightly ambiguous, as the code base has never fully been cracked. But in the ending we just achieved, there are 3 main criteria. First is keeping our health high, healing James the moment he gets injured. Which in essence demonstrates that we care about his well-being. We want him to heal and recover physically and in the end, mentally.
That would true. The morning was so sad.
The other requirement is to regularly inspect Mary's photo and letter, showing that James actually cares about his late wife, that he's constantly thinking about her and remembers why he's there in the first place.
Could Mary really be there?
Finally, and this one's more likely to be a failing point for most first-time players, we have to spend as little time as possible with Maria, treating her with the suspicion and distance she deserves. I reckon this caught a lot of people out. In games like this, it's instinctual to stick with our followers and to make sure they're safe. But here, it'll put us one step closer to the bad end. The criteria is subtle, and on first playthroughs you'd likely have no idea your actions were being judged, but I much prefer that.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
The second ending is called In Water, and it plays out much the same, with James encountering Maria pretending to be Mary, the two fighting, James defeating her and apologising to Mary.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer.
However, in this case, after Mary passes, James arrives at a different conclusion, that he can't live without her, that he must have come to Silent Hill to off himself. So, with the corpse of Mary, who in this ending was in the back of the car the entire time, James enters the vehicle and drives into the lake, ensuring that the two lovers remain together forever in death. Without you, Mary, I've got nothing.
Now, we can be together.
In this ending, the start of the game becomes so much more ominous, with James staring at himself in the mirror and then walking up.
Das Maximum Spirit Emblem zusammen von 1999 von Haufen. GG's. Das war Sekiro auf Platin. Okay. Wie lange hat mich das gebraucht? 58 Stunden. Easy. Wie lange hat mich Bloodborne gebraucht? Mal gucken. So Spiele. Junge. 81 Stunden. Also die Frage ist jetzt, was mach ich mit dem Rest? Also mach ich mit dem restlichen Geld?
Dutch.
Das war's dann.